The party. What a wonderful surprise. My aunt and uncle are so kind. They remember my birthday every year. I've already received one present. Mom's parents have sent me £2. My grandparents send me money every year. Dad's parents haven't sent me anything yet. My grandmother's written me a letter. She's making me a sweater, but she hasn't finished it yet. My grandfather sending me something, too. It hasn't come yet. I have already seen my parents' present. It's been in the wardrobe since yesterday. It's either a football or a pair of football boots. Of course, I haven't opened a parcel yet. The presents. Why don't you sit on that sofa to open your presents? No one can see you in that corner. Which one are you opening first? Tim's present. Oh no, don't open my present first. Open Sheila's present first. All right. Oh, What a wonderful record. What kind of record is it? Jazz. Why don't we listen to it? What a good idea. Jane, put your brother's record on the record player. Which one do you want to open next, Simon? Give me Tim's present, please. Another record. Thanks, Tim. Why don't you open your parents' present next? Which one is it? I've already seen it. What is it? It's either a football or a pair of football boots. No, I'm wrong. It's a radio, gosh. At the table. Who's coming into the dining room for tea? Everyone's coming. Don't sit there, Simon. This is your seat. I'm sorry. Who's sitting next to me? That's your uncle's seat. Which is my chair, Mum? This one, and that's Sheila's chair next to you. And Jane's seat is here beside me. Sit down, everyone. Simon, would you turn off your radio, please? You can listen to it later. I'm sorry. Can someone help me in the kitchen, please? Of course, Aunt Carol. Ice cream and cake. Now, has everyone had some ice cream and some cake? No, I haven't. I'm sorry, Jane. What kind of ice cream would you like? Strawberry, please. Who's having more tea? I'd like another cup of tea, please. With milk and sugar, Sheila. With milk but without sugar. Would anyone like some more cake? I haven't eaten my first piece yet. Simon, have you had another piece of cake? No, I haven't, but I'd like another piece. And a little more ice cream. No, thank you, but I'd like a little more lemonade, please. Mum, this is terrific. You haven't made a cake since Dad's birthday. Would you like some more cake, Tim? Of course I would. Goodbye. Thank you for a wonderful evening, Carol. Not at all, Sarah. We've enjoyed it, too. Has Simon got all his presents? Yes, and thanks again for the dictionary. He can use it at school. Why don't you come to see my college? Simon and Jane can see the union. Have they thought about university yet? Yes, Jane's going to Birmingham in October. Simon's waiting for his O-level exam results. He's not leaving school yet. What subjects are you going to take at university? Have you decided yet? No, he hasn't. I'm not interested in university. I want to leave school next year. Nonsense, Simon. You're not leaving school until you're 18. Some of the technical colleges have very interesting courses. Why don't you all come to my college next Tuesday? I can give you a list of courses. What a good idea. Thanks, James. Sit down. Is this anyone's seat? Yes, it's my sister's seat. Can I sit in that one? No, don't sit there, that's someone's seat, too. Well, which chair can I have? Why don't you sit in that one? Yes, one's sitting there. Good, now everyone's got a seat. Mike's birthday. Have you thought about Mike's birthday yet? Yes, I've already made a list of presents. Good. Give me the list and I can buy the things. Why don't you look at the list first? All right. Goodness. What a list. These things are for girls. I like them. Yes, but you're a girl. Football. This afternoon I'm taking my cousin and my uncle to a football match. Simon's never seen a professional game. Uncle Guy hasn't seen one for years. Today's match is between Arsenal and Liverpool. Both of these teams are very good this season. P. I haven't seen Liverpool this season. They're often one of the best teams in the first division. I often go to football matches. I usually go to Highbury to see Arsenal. Their games are always good. I sometimes go to see Chelsea. Some of their games are good, others are bad. Rugby's another exciting sport, but I don't usually go to rugby games. The best sport's football. The teams. Look, Simon. The teams are coming onto the field. Have you ever seen Arsenal? No, I haven't. What about Jane? Has she ever seen a football match? No, she's never seen one. She doesn't like football. Have your parents ever seen a professional game? No, they haven't seen any professional games. Which ones are Arsenal? They're in red and white. Who's kicking off? Liverpool. Are both teams good this season? Yes. Which one's better? Liverpool are usually better than Arsenal, but this year Arsenal are the best in the division. Do they ever lose? Oh yes. They sometimes lose, but they usually win. They don't often have a bad day. Which team do you support? I've always supported Arsenal. Me too. Dad's never liked Arsenal. A goal Liverpool haven't scored yet. What's wrong? I'm not worried yet. They've only been on the field for half an hour. This is only the first half. Look, there's more. He's running up the wing. He's good. No, he isn't, he's bad. He's worse than the other winger. He's already scored 1 goal for Arsenal. Oh look! He's near the penalty area. And there's Blair. He's Liverpool's worst defender. He's tackling Moore. That's not Blair, that's Blake. He's Liverpool's best player. Collins is better than Blake. Look! Moore's in the penalty area now. He usually scores. Yes. Look at that, a goal. What's the score now? Arsenal 2, Liverpool 0. What a game! Hot dogs. Dad, may I buy a hot dog? Yes, you may. Buy Tim one and buy me one, too. May I have some money? Here's 50 pence. 50. Thanks. Do you want mustard on your hot dog? Yes, please, I do. No, thank you, I don't. One with mustard, the other without mustard. May I buy an orange squash, too? Yes, what kind do you like, Tim? I don't want any squash, thanks. I've brought us beers, Uncle Guy. Tim, which man sells soft drinks? I don't know. Some sell soft drinks, others sell hot dogs. May I buy an ice cream, too? Of course. Buy me one, too. Me too, please. May I have another 10 pence, Dad? Here you are. The end of the game. Who's winning now? Arsenal are 3-0. They've scored another goal. Is this the last 15 minutes? Yes, it is. Good. Liverpool can't score 4 goals in a quarter of an hour. Yes, they can. Look. There's a man running up the left wing. Now he's got the ball. Yes, that's Hedge. He plays for Liverpool. He always scores. Yes, you're right. Pass it, Hedge. No, he's trying for a goal. Shoot. Shoot. A goal. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. What a goal. And that's the end of the game. Arsenal have won again, 3-1. Yes, and Liverpool have lost. Oh well, they sometimes win, other times they lose. That's football. The best restaurant. I've never been to this restaurant before. It's the best one in London. They usually make a very good lunch. Have you ever been here before? Yes, I always come here with my friends. Do you always pay? I sometimes pay, other times my friends pay. Are you paying today? No, today my friend's paying. A terrible game. What a terrible game. Yes, Slade usually scores, but he hasn't scored this afternoon. He's the team's worst player. He hasn't kicked the ball this match. He hasn't been lucky. Look. Becker's scored a goal. That's the end of the game. What a terrible match. It's been the worst game this season. Telephone calls. My wife and I are going to see a play on Monday. I've phoned some friends in Sussex and they're going to come, too. We haven't seen them for years. After the play we're going to go to a nightclub. This evening I'm going to book a table for Monday. Sarah's sister has given me the names of some good nightclubs. There are a lot of nightclubs in London. Some are expensive, others are cheap. Some have good entertainment, others don't. I want one with a good cabaret and dancing. I like small nightclubs, but my wife likes big ones. My favorite nightclub is the smallest one in Geneva. Sarah's favorite nightclub is bigger, but it's not the biggest one in Geneva. It's smaller than most of them. the wrong operator. Number, please. Can you tell me the number of Becks in Leicester Square? I'm sorry, but you've dialed the wrong number. Please dial 192 for directory enquiries. (192). Thank you. Directory enquiries. Do you want a London number? Yes. Can you tell me the number of Becks in Leicester Square? Hold the line, please. The number's 246-8071. Two 246-8071. And can you tell me the number of Sam's Place? What's the address of Sam's Place? I'm sorry, but I don't know. Oh, that's difficult. There are 4 of them. Three of them are nightclubs and the others a restaurant. Which one's near Shaftesbury Avenue? Two of them, one's in Marder Street. The other's in Kingley Street. Can you give me both numbers? Yes. The one in Marder Street's 246-8043. 246 8043. The others 246 8047. Two 4 6 8047. By the way, I've been to both clubs. The one in Kingly Street's nice, but the other's nicer. It's the nicest one in London. Thank you for the information. A table for 4. Beck's nightclub. Can I help you? Yes. Can I book a table for dinner for 4 at 10:15 on Monday, the 6th of July? $10.15. Just a minute, please. I'm sorry, but we aren't going to have any tables until 10:45. $10.45. Is that all right? No. I'm sorry, but that's too late. Thank you. Goodbye. Sam's Place. Can I help you? Yes. Can I book a table for dinner for 4 at 10:15 on Monday, the 6th of July? $10.15. What's your name, please? Hunt. Guy Hunt. Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Directory enquiries. Do you want a London number? No, I want a Sussex number. Can you tell me Michael Blake's telephone number, at 6 Park Drive, Mount Bay, Sussex? Hold the line, please. Thank you. How do you spell Blake, please? Blake. The number's Mount Bay 261. 261. Are you going to dial the number? No, I'm not going to dial it. A long-distance call. Number, please. I want to make a long-distance call to Sussex. I want to speak to Mrs. Blake. What's the number, please? Mount Bay 261. 261. Thank you. What's your number, please? Oh 90 4020. Oh 90 4020. Trying to connect you. You're through. Hello, Mount Bay 261. 261. Hello, Claire. This is Guy Hunt. Oh hello, Guy. How are you? Fine, thanks. I've booked a table for Monday night. Oh. Which club? Sam's place. Good. When are you going to visit us? May we come on Saturday, the 4th of July? I'm going to hire a car and we're going to drive there. What time are you going to come? Is 10:30 in the morning all right? $10.30. Fine. May we bring a friend? Of course you may. Martin likes football. Hello, Stanley. Hello, Martin. Do you want to go to the football match tomorrow? I don't know. I've never seen a football match. Well, I'm going to give you my phone number. It's 323-8575. Three two three 8575. Fine. May I phone you at 5:30? $5.30. Yes. I'm going to be at my hotel until 7:15. Late again. What time is it? It's 8:15. I'm going to be late again. What are you going to do? Nothing. Every day I hurry and every day I'm late. A journey. We're all waiting to leave for Sussex. Dad's gone to collect the car he's hired. It's on the other side of London, but the traffic's not too bad today. London's more crowded during the week than at weekends. Dad doesn't like traffic because he doesn't like driving slowly. He usually drives fast but carefully. Mum doesn't drive as well as Dad. She usually drives slowly but carelessly. She stops too suddenly and turns too quickly. She's got to learn to drive smoothly. I'm more comfortable with Dad because he drives smoothly. I haven't learned to drive yet, but Dad's going to teach me. I need a lot of help. I want to take my test soon and Simon wants to get a license, too. He isn't as old as I am. Crowded roads. What time is it? A 8:45. And how far have we got to drive? About 70 miles. The traffic's not very heavy. We're not going to be late. Yes, but we've got to hurry. The traffic's going to be heavier soon. Why? Because today's Saturday. The roads are going to be very crowded. Are they going to be as crowded as the Swiss roads? Oh yes. Some of them are going to be more crowded. The heaviest traffic's going to be on the A22. 22. Well, remember. Yes, I know. I've got to be careful and I've got to drive slowly. Don't worry. I always drive carefully. Speed limits. Guy, you've passed a policeman. Please drive slowly. It's all right. No, it isn't. You've got to stop. The policeman's signaling you. Oh dear. We're going to be late. May I see your driving license, please? Yes, here it is. And your insurance certificate. This is a hired car. Here's the form. Right. Your speed's been 60 miles an hour for 5 miles. The speed limit's 50 on this road. "50. It's a dangerous road. But you haven't stopped the faster cars. That's right, but I've stopped you. I'm not going to report you this time. But remember, drive carefully. Have we lost a lot of time? No. It's only 20 to 10. How far have we gone? About 35 miles. 35. That's not too bad. Mr. Hunt, I want to go to the ladies. Would you mind stopping at the next garage you see? That's a good idea, Sheila. The car needs some petrol and I need a drink of water. May I buy a bar of chocolate, Dad? No, Simon. You don't need a bar of chocolate. The garage. Can I help you? Yes, I need some petrol and the girls want to use the ladies. Where is it? The toilets are there. They can pick up the key in the office. What kind of petrol, sir? I'm not sure. I don't need the most expensive kind you sell. This one's not as expensive as the highest grade we sell. It's medium. You can't use the cheapest petrol in this car. Four gallons of that one then. Do you need oil? I'm not sure. Would you mind checking the oil, water and tires? That's £1.30, sir. Have you checked the oil, water and tires? Yes, the oil's fine, the radiator's full and I've put a little air in the rear tires. Thank you. Please drive slowly, Guy. We've got lots of time. What time is it now? Five past 10. We're going to arrive between 25 past 10 and 25 to 11. 10.25 10.35. Perfect. The slowest car in England. I've got to be in London at 20 to 11. $10.40. How far have I got to drive? About 60 miles. $60. It's 20 past 9 already. $9.20. Well, you've got to go now. I'm not going to be early. Why not? Because my car's the slowest one in England. You're right. I haven't seen a car as old as this for years. The country. We haven't seen the Hunts for a long time. We were all in Geneva at the same time. They were our neighbors. Our children were friends of their children. I was the manager of a bank in Geneva. Now I'm working for a different bank in London. Our home was at Hampstead until last year. We're living in Sussex now. We had a lovely flat in Hampstead, but we weren't happy there. We don't like town life very much. We're happier in the country. The children have more friends now than they had before. Because the people in the country are more friendly than the people in the town. Our life in the town wasn't as pleasant as it is now. Saturday traffic. This might be the house they live in. No, Dad, that isn't their house. There's the house they live in. Look. There's Mr. Blake. Hello, Mike. How are you? Fine, and you? Not too bad. Where's Ian? He was in the garage a minute ago, but he might be in the house now. Would you like to go in? Where's Claire? She was here a minute ago. Here she is. Hello, Claire. Hello. Did you have a good journey? Yes, we had a very good one. What was the traffic like? It wasn't too bad. You were lucky. It's usually very bad at weekends. Something to eat. Would you like to sit in the garden? There are more chairs in the garden than there are in the living room. And it's not as hot outside as it is inside. Ian, you haven't got to stay here. Would you like to go for a walk with Simon? Good idea. Would you like to go for a walk, Simon? Yes, I would. Is anyone thirsty? Yes, I am. I'd love a cold drink. I'm not. I had a drink at a cafe. Did you have anything to eat? No, we didn't have any food. We weren't hungry. Are you hungry now? I'm not, but Simon might be. He was hungry an hour ago, but he didn't have anything to eat. He only had a lemonade. There are some biscuits in the kitchen. Would you like a few, Simon? Yes, please. Can I have a few, too, Mum? You had some this morning. Are you still hungry? Yes, I'm always hungry. All right, you can have 2 or 3. Have we got to eat them here, Mum? No, you haven't got to eat them here. You can take them with you. Thanks, Mum. A walk on the beach. Would you like to go for a swim? I can't go. I've got to make the lunch. Why don't you all go for a swim? I'm going to help Claire. You haven't got to help Claire. She's done most of the work. I'd like to stay here. Well, why don't we go, Guy? What time have we got to come back? About 1. What a beautiful place you've got here, Mike. Thank you. We like it very much. It was terribly hot here last week. We had a picnic on the beach every evening. Yesterday the children had a party on the beach after dinner. They were in the water all the time. Can they swim well? Yes, they can, very well. Would Simon and Jane like to spend next weekend here? I'm sure they'd love to. Sarah and I've got to go to Cambridge next weekend. The seasons. How long have you lived here, Claire? Since last June, about a year. Was it cold last winter? Yes, it was, but not as cold as Geneva. December and February were much colder than January. Did you have much snow? Yes. Of course we didn't have as much snow as you had in Geneva. What about the other seasons? I think autumn was the most beautiful season. The days were clear and dry and it was sunny and warm all the time. September and October were the nicest months, but November was terrible. We had a lot of rain. What was last spring like? It wasn't very nice. May was nicer than March and April. March was cold and April was wet. What's summer like? Is it always as hot as this? It wasn't last year. But the summer's been marvelous this year. Is August as hot as July? No. It's usually cooler and drier. It sounds wonderful. Guy might take a job in London and we might buy a house here. What a wonderful idea. Well, we might but we might not. The beach. Would you like to go to the beach? No, thanks. It's too cold to go for a swim. But the water's warm in November. The water might be warm but the beach is cold. It was colder 2 months ago. I wasn't here 2 months ago, thank goodness. Work. Joe and Mary haven't got to work much now. Why not? HP. They've got a lot of money. Joe's writer and Mary's a teacher. Can Joe write well? Joe can but Mary can't. Does Mary teach well? Oh yes, very well. She's a very good teacher. The hairdressers and the cleaners. This morning Mrs. Hunt's going to the hairdressers to have her hair done. Jane and I are going to the launderette to ash some clothes. Then we're going to the cleaners to have some other clothes cleaned. I want to have my pink suit cleaned. I might need it tomorrow. Mrs. Hunt's got to have her yellow dress cleaned because it's very dirty. She wants to wear it tonight. It's possible to have clothes cleaned and pressed very quickly here. The hairdressers that Mrs. Hunt goes to is in Rose Avenue. The launderette that we're going to is near there, too. We've got to be there by 10 past 10 because Mrs. Hunt's appointment is at 10:15. (10.10, 10.15). Last week she was late because her taxi was in a traffic jam. Today, we might go by underground. The underground. We can walk to the hairdressers, can't we? Yes, but we might be late, Sheila. I think we ought to take a taxi. We haven't got to take a taxi. Yes, we have. I've got to be there by 10:15. 10.15. We can go by tube, can't we? Yes, we can, but there isn't a tube station near the hairdressers. Yes, there is. Good. We might get there more quickly by tube than by taxi. And the tube isn't as expensive as a taxi. How much is the fare? It's the same as the bus fare, isn't it? About 10 pence. 10. No, I think it's more than the bus fare. You might be right. Or I might be wrong. Hurry. You were right, Sheila. The tube was faster than a taxi. Yes, I think the Underground's the fastest way to travel in London. I'm on time now. I haven't got to hurry. I ought to have my hair done too, oughtn't I? It looks awful. That's a good idea. Would you make an appointment for me, Mrs. Hunt? When for? For tomorrow morning. For the same time as my appointment today. No, a different time. I'd like an early appointment, at about 9:30. $9.30. Jane, are you going to have your hair done, too? Well, I ought to have it cut, oughtn't I? Yes, you ought to, it's too long. I'm going to make an appointment for you, too. All right. Mum, it's 10 past 10. 10.10. You've got to hurry. Yes. Have you got enough change for the launderette? Remember. You've got to have the right coins for these machines. No, I haven't got much change, but I can get some more. Good. And remember, you mustn't put the colored clothes in the same machine as the white ones. Don't worry. The cleaners and the launderette. we ought to go to the cleaners first. No, we ought to go to the laundrette first, oughtn't we? It's nearer. We don't want to waste time. Yes, you're right, but it's usually very crowded, isn't it? Yes, but there might be 2 empty machines. Here's the laundrette. The machines that are next to the dryer are empty, aren't they? No, those are full. These 2 are empty. Now remember. You mustn't use too much soap and you mustn't put bleach in with the colored clothes. Yes, I know. You sound the same as Mum. Sorry. I think I ought to go to the cleaners now. We haven't got much time. Yes, you're right. We oughtn't to waste time. Is it possible to have this dress cleaned by this afternoon? Yes, madam. Is it possible to have my suit done, too? There are a few spots on the jacket. No, we can't do the suit by this afternoon. Can you collect it tomorrow morning? Yes, I can. Mom's hair. I love your hair, Mom. It's the same as Sheila's style, isn't it? No, it's different from Sheila's hairstyle. P. Her hair's shorter. And it's different from the style that I usually wear. It was nicer last week, wasn't it? No, I think it's nicer this week. I'm glad you like it. Now, where are the clothes? They're still at the laundrette. Did you have enough money? Yes. We had enough money, but they hadn't got a change machine. Oh dear. It's all right. The clothes might be ready by now. The dirty car. John's going to have his car washed. He had it washed yesterday, didn't he? Yes. He thinks it's dirty again. He's very fussy. John's car's the same as Bill's, isn't it? No, Bill's car's different from John's. Bill's car's dirty. Jane's late. I ought to be at Tom's by 11:30. 11.30. You mustn't be late. Tom's always on time. I look awful. I haven't done my hair. You had your hair done yesterday. You look fine. Is it possible to go by bus? No, it's 11:25. 11.25. Go by taxi. A late night. Last night my parents went to a play. They went with the Blakes, who are the people we visited last Saturday. Before the play, Mum and Dad walked down Shaftesbury Avenue. Mum wanted to see the theatres and clubs. They walked very slowly and arrived about 5 minutes late. Mum loved the play. Mrs. Blake liked the dances, but she didn't like the songs. Dad didn't like the play at all because he can't stand musicals. Mr. Blake didn't like it either. After the play they went to a nightclub. They enjoyed that very much. They didn't get back to the hotel until very late. This morning they stayed in bed until 11 o'clock. 11. Sam's Place. I'm sorry, but I haven't got a reservation for you, sir. When did you ring? I rang last Thursday. And what did you ask for? I asked for a table for 4 at 10:15. $10.15. Perhaps you rang the other Sam's Place, Mr. Hunter. Oh, no. My name isn't Hunter, it's Hunt. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't look for Hunt, I looked for Hunter. Yes, here's your reservation. Did you ask for a table in the little back room? No, I didn't. I'd like one in the main room, please. Well, we've got 2 tables. One's near the bar and the other's near the door. The one near the bar is a small round table. The other one's a large square table. Which one would you like? Oh, I don't know. You haven't got a table near the dance floor, have you? No, I'm sorry, sir, we haven't. The small round one near the bar is fine. Dinner. I'm sorry we arrived late. Sarah wanted to walk down Shaftesbury Avenue. Why did she want to walk down Shaftesbury Avenue? To look at the theatres and clubs and the cinemas. Well, Yon didn't miss much. Good. Now, what would everyone like to eat? I'm not very hungry. Neither am I, but I am thirsty. So am I. Why don't we have a drink? All right. But I'm very thirsty. I'd like a glass of water first. And what about dinner? I think I'd like the chicken that we had last week. How did they cook it? I'm not sure, but it tasted very good. I liked it very much. I'm going to have it again. So am I. I'd like a steak. What about you, Guy? So would I. A big juicy steak and a fresh green salad. I love steak. The play. Did you enjoy the play, Claire? Yes, I enjoyed it very much. I adore musicals. So do I. You didn't like the first act, did you? No, I didn't. The women danced badly and the men who danced seemed nervous. Yes, you're right. The woman who played the nurse wasn't Jill Sheen, was she? No, she wasn't. Her name was Shirley Chilver. She talked too fast and she didn't dance very well, either. Did you really enjoy the play? Yes, of course we did. What did you like? Oh, everything. Costumes and scenery. You don't really like musicals, do you? No, not really. I prefer straight plays. Last week we went to see Waiting for Godot. The production wasn't very good, was it? No, but the play was interesting. You were lucky. Tonight's play was dull. The actors and actresses weren't very good. No, but the costumes and scenery were marvelous. I didn't like the men's costumes, but the women's dresses were lovely. Who was the actor who played the doctor? That was Frederick Veal. He was in a film I saw last week. He's the actor who was the doctor in another musical last year. I didn't like that play, either. Why did you buy tickets for this play? To please you. Oh, thanks. Why don't we dance? Fast talkers. Did you talk to John last night? No, I didn't. You didn't miss much. He's the man who talks so fast. His wife doesn't talk slowly, either. I hate people who talk too fast. Perhaps they think quickly. The other one. I love this short black dress. You haven't got a bigger size, have you? I'm sorry, but we haven't, madam. This yellow dress is your size. No, I prefer the other one. Which one, madam? The one this lady's wearing. I can't have that one, can I? I'm sorry, but that was the only one, madam. A nice quiet afternoon. Tim Fenton phoned me last night. He phoned me on Friday, too. I haven't seen him since I went to Simon's party last Wednesday. He invited me to go to the coast on Sunday, but I couldn't go because I had to visit some of my parents' friends. I didn't go with the Hunts. They went to Hampton Court. Tim asked me to meet him tomorrow in front of the entrance to Regent's Park Zoo. He hasn't got to work tomorrow. We're going to spend a nice quiet afternoon together. I need a quiet afternoon. I want to go to Regent's Park. It's a marvelous place for sitting and talking quietly. I really love London. I hope to work here one day. Perhaps I can work for a European company here. I understand they always need bilingual secretaries. Sheila and Tim. Hello, Sheila. I'm sorry I'm late. I had to go to my office. Oh. Why did you have to go there? To get the wallet I left there yesterday. How long have you been here? Only about 5 minutes. Jane and Simon walked here with me. When did they leave? A few minutes ago. Where did they go? To the zoo. And what about Mr. and Mrs. Hunt, where did they go? Mr. Hunt had to go to the city. Why did he have to go there? To meet a business friend for lunch. Did Mrs. Hunt go with him? No, he couldn't persuade her to go. She hoped to shop again today. It's a good day for shopping, isn't it? Yes, and it's a good day for sitting in the park. I see. Why don't we go into the park? What a marvelous idea. Talking about Tim. This is a beautiful park, isn't it? Yes, it is. What do you do, Tim? I'm the assistant manager of the sales department. Did you go to university? Oh yes, I went to university for 3 years and then I had to take a couple of other courses at night school. Where did you go to university? Leeds. Dad wanted me to become a lawyer or an engineer, but I didn't like that idea. What did you want to become? I hoped to become a doctor. What happened? I didn't think that I could get enough money to study for 5 years. Have you worked for the same company since you finished university? Yes, I have. I'd like to go and look at the lake. So would I. Talking about Sheila. Now, why don't we talk about you? Did you go to university? No, I didn't. Where did you learn to speak German and French? On the continent. I've lived on the continent since I was 13. One three. Dad was in the army. Where did you live? near Frankfurt. Did you study German and French? Well, I studied French in school. And how did you learn German? I had German lessons and most of my friends were German. I usually spoke German to them. And did you always want to become a secretary? No, for a long time I hoped to become a teacher or a nurse. What happened? Mum and Dad went back to England and I wanted to stay abroad. I've worked at the United Nations since they left. Next year I hope to come to London. Why? To work and study. Eating lunch. It's 2:15. I haven't had anything to eat since breakfast. I'm hungry. So am I. You'd like some lunch, wouldn't you? Yes. Why don't we eat in that pub? Is it still open? Yes, the pubs don't close until 3. They're good places for eating. What would you like to drink, Sheila? A half of cider, please. A half of cider and a pint of bitter, please. I hope it's cold. And what kind of sandwiches have you got? Ham, egg, and cheese and pickle. Have you got any sausages? Yes, we've got sausages, pork pies and shepherd's pie. I'd like 2 sausages and a round of ham sandwiches. So would I. No, I think I'd like the shepherd's pie. Here's the shepherd's pie, miss. Be careful, the plate's hot. And here are your sandwiches, sir. And you wanted 2 sausages, didn't you? Yes, please. We haven't got any cutlery. We need knives and forks. And you'd like salt and pepper, wouldn't you, Sheila? Yes, please. You don't need spoons, do you? No. Why don't we sit over there? That's too near the people who are playing darts. I'm going to sit at the bar. The chambermaid. What do you do, Anna? I'm a chambermaid. Did you want to become a chambermaid? No, I hoped to become an English teacher. Do you understand English? Yes, and I speak it, too. Did you learn English in England? No, I couldn't go to England. I had to study with records. That's interesting. So did I. At a discotheque. Tonight we're going to a discotheque. I'm taking Sheila. Jane'll be there, too. She'll be with a friend from my office. We wanted to bring Simon, but I couldn't find a girl for him. I think it'll be fun this evening. The group that'll be there tonight plays terrific music for dancing. My friend Mark loves dancing. Perhaps some of my other friends'll be there, too. We often meet there. It's our favorite discotheque. We like it for dancing but not for sitting and listening. The music's too loud for listening and sitting is boring. I hope it won't be too crowded tonight. Mark Fagan. Can I help you? Yes, we'd like a table near the dance floor. There'll be 4 of us. Four. Yes, another boy'll be with us. He'll be here soon. Is this table all right? Yes, fine. This isn't bad, is it? No, it's lovely. Are we too early? No, Mark'll be here is a few minutes. Where did Jane go? She went to the ladies. She'll be back soon. Here's Mark. Hello. Sheila, I'd like you to meet Mark Fagan. Mark, this is Sheila Morgan. Hello, Sheila, I'm sorry I'm late. I had to go to the garage. Why did you have to go to the garage? to park my car. I couldn't find a parking space. Neither could I. Parking's terrible in London. Drinks. I'll get some drinks. What'll you have? I'll have a beer. Do you know what kind they have? No, I don't. Neither do I. I'll be back in a few minutes. Where's the group? They're having a rest. Do you know what the group's name is? H. No. I couldn't read the name on the drum. Neither could I. When will they be back? In a few minutes. What's the music like? It's marvelous for dancing. I'm sorry my brother isn't here. Why? He loves this kind of music. Why didn't he come? Tim couldn't find a girl for him. Universities. What do you do, Mark? I'm a student, but I'm working with Tim for the summer. You won't be here for long, will you? No. I'll only be here until the end of August and then I'll go home. You won't have a holiday, will you? Oh yes, I'll have 3 weeks holiday in Wales. Three. I'm going to the Welsh mountains. And then? Then I'll go to Coventry. Why will you go there? To study at the University of Warwick. Oh, I'll be very near there. Where will you be? I'll be at Birmingham University. What are you going to study? Economics. I hope to work for an advertising agency one day. And what about you? Will it be your first year? Yes. I'm doing modern languages. I don't know what I want to be. I think I'd like to be a teacher. Do you know what you'll teach? I'm not really sure. Perhaps I'll teach Spanish. Do you speak Spanish? Oh yes. I've studied it for 4 years. I can't speak the language but I can understand it. One more dance. This place isn't too bad, is it? No, but it's much too crowded. Yes, it's too crowded but it's not too hot, is it? No, it's not. The air conditioning works well. The group's not too loud, is it? No, it's just right. Most groups are much too loud. Yes, the bad ones are always too loud. You don't know what this number is, do you? No. It sounds the same as the last number. No, it doesn't. It's completely different from the last one. The rhythm's different. Listen. Yes. Perhaps you're right. Do you know what time it is, Tim? Yes, it's 10 to 1. Oh, that's not really late, is it? No. Why don't we have one more dance? Don't worry, we won't be too late. Will the Hunts be angry? No, they won't be angry, but we'll be tired in the morning. Will we be home before 2? Yes, we will. John's party. Who'll be at John's party tomorrow? I'll be there. You'll be there. John'll be there, of course. He'll be with his girlfriend. Will Mary be there? Yes, she'll be there. Everyone'll be there. What about John's mother and father? Oh no. They won't be there. They'll be at a friend's house. The best seats. I hope it won't be too hot in the theater. No, I don't think it will be. We won't be too late, will we? No, We won't. We'll be on time. I hope we'll have good seats. Do you know what kind of seats we'll have? We'll have the best seats, of course. A sales conference. It's 7:30 now. At 8 I'll phone for a taxi. The taxi'll take us to the underground and then we'll take a tube to King's Cross. I hope Sarah won't be late. If she's late, we'll have to take a taxi all the way to the station. That'll be expensive. We'll be in Cambridge at 10:10. 10:10. It takes an hour and a half to get there by train. Mr. Tates asked his secretary to meet us. She'll take us to his office. When we get to Mr. Tate's office, I'll go with him to the conference. And Sarah will go out with his wife. They'll spend the day together. I don't know what they'll do. Sarah will enjoy her day with Mrs. Tate. I think the conference'll be very interesting. I hope I'll see some of my old friends there. At the office. This is Mr. Tate's office, Mr. Hunt. I'll tell him you're here. When he's free, we'll go in. Oh no, when I tell him you're here, he'll want to see you immediately. Hello, Guy. I hope you had a pleasant journey. Yes, thank you. Bruce, I'd like you to meet my wife, Sarah. Sarah, this is Bruce Tate. You met before, at a sales conference about 4 years ago. Oh yes. I remember very well. When we met, you had to hurry away for an appointment. Where will your wife meet Sarah, Bruce? She'll be here in a few minutes. She'll be a bit late because she had to go to the dentist's this morning. When she arrives, Guy and I'll go to the conference. Then she'll take Sarah sightseeing or shopping. At the conference. Who'll be at the conference from the Scottish office? A couple of chaps'll be there from Glasgow. Will Joe Boyd be there? Yes, he's the manager of the sales department now. Ah, there he is. Joe. Hello, Bruce. You remember Guy Hunt, don't you? He was at our conference in Blackpool 4 years ago. Oh yes, and then you went to our Geneva office. That's right. Where will you go next? I'm not sure. When I met the manager of our London office, he offered me a job. Will you take it? Possibly. When we get back to London, I'll discuss it with Sarah. If I were you, I'd take it. I'll have to think about it. We'll discuss it later. If we don't hurry, we'll be late for this meeting. After the annual conference. That was the most interesting annual conference I've ever attended. Yes, it was certainly more interesting than the one we had last year. And more enjoyable, too. Well, it's always satisfying to hear about success and progress. I didn't hear everything the chairman said. Where are we going to open new offices? In Amsterdam and Hamburg. And when they're open, we'll have 5 European offices: Amsterdam, Hamburg, Paris, London and Milan. What about Stockholm, Madrid and Geneva? Oh yes, that's 8. But remember, the other large English computer company has 10 European offices. But our sales are higher. That's true. Our production has expanded more rapidly. When our new offices open? They'll open next January. Another round? We'll have to go soon, Bruce. Our wives'll be back. Oh no. They won't be back yet. Shall we have another drink? Yes, I think you ought to have another drink. It's my round. Oh no. We really can't. Nonsense. Of course you can. Waiter, 3 pints of bitter, please. About that job, Guy. I think you ought to take it. Well, I don't think Sarah enjoys city life. If you work in London, you can live in the country. If I were you, I'd buy a house in Kent or Essex. But it takes so long to get into London. You're absolutely right. It takes about an hour. But really, Guy, you ought to take the job. If you don't, you'll be sorry. $2 by plane. How long does it take to get to Milan? It takes about 2 hours by plane. If I leave tomorrow morning, I'll be there by the afternoon. And if you go by train, it'll take about 24 hours. $24. Holidays. It's too nice for sitting inside today. Yes, it's a good day for walking. The mountains aren't far from here, are they? No, but I can't walk there today. Neither can I, and tomorrow will be Sunday. Yes, and we can't walk there on Sunday, can we? No, there'll be too many people. Sightseeing in Cambridge. We're sorry we haven't got more time for sightseeing. We arrived yesterday morning and we've got to leave tonight. Yesterday morning Sarah did some shopping and after lunch she did some sightseeing. I had to go to the sales conference, so I couldn't do any sightseeing. Last night we were much too tired to do anything. When Sarah's ready, we'll go downstairs for breakfast. During breakfast we'll plan our day. Actually, we'll only think about the morning because we're meeting Mr. and Mrs. Tate at 1:30. They intend to do some sightseeing with us after lunch. If the weather's nice, we'll have a picnic. It looks as if it'll be a nice day. I hope it won't be too hot. Finding the map. Let's sit here by the front window. No. That table's much too small. If we sit at a larger table, we can open the map. Shall we sit there, in the middle of the room? No, I'd prefer to sit near the back window. Don't you want to sit by a window? Yes, of course I do. When I wanted to sit by the front window, you didn't want to. The table by the front window was too small, much too small. Let's look at the map now. Where is it? Haven't you got it? No, I think you've got it. Hadn't you got it among your business papers? No. When I saw it upstairs, it was between your shopping bag and your writing paper. So I think you ought to look in your shopping bag. I know you're wrong, but I'll look. I hope it's there. You were right. Here it is. It was on top of my bag. Here's the waitress with our breakfast. We'll look at the map after breakfast. Looking at the map, we're here, in Station Road, and we're going to meet the Tates at the entrance to St. John's College. That's ideal. We'll go straight along this street, and when we get to that church, we'll turn left. Yes, then after we've looked at some of the colleges, we'll walk along this road to St. John's. Perhaps we ought to walk down this lane here. It leads to a bridge over the river. Yes, that sounds as if it'll be nice. Shall we walk, or shall we catch a bus to the town center? I always prefer walking. I usually prefer going by bus. But wait a minute. We've forgotten the Fitzwilliam Museum. Don't you want to see that? Of course I do. Let's go there first. Walking in Cambridge. Didn't you drive past King's College when you went to the conference yesterday? Yes, we did, but we drove past it very fast. Let's walk today. I always prefer walking to driving. Yes, so do I, but I get tired very easily. If you get tired today, we'll catch a bus. Aren't we there now? I can see King's College Chapel. Oh yes. That's the back of it. Don't you think we ought to walk round to the front? Yes, let's walk through the college. Then if we go left, we'll be in Trinity Street. Yes, and when we get to the end of Trinity Street we'll turn right. Then we can walk straight to St. John's College. No, look at the map. When we get to the end of Trinity Street, we'll be outside St. John's. It seems as if our plan'll be perfect. The Senate House. Do you know what that building is? The one with the flag on top. Isn't that Clare College? No, we walked past Clare College earlier, so it can't be that. Let's look at the map. It's the Senate House, isn't it? Don't you think it looks Roman? No, it looks more like 18th century English. Shall we go inside? It's closed, so we can't. Can't we go inside the university church, either? Yes, we can, but we'll have to hurry. Remember, we intended to meet the Tates at 1:30. Oh yes. If we hurry, we'll be on time. Studying John. Where are you? I'm upstairs. What are you doing? I'm watching television. Come downstairs immediately. I want you to do your studying. I prefer watching television, Mum. It's much too early to watch television. But I don't like studying, Mum. Don't you want to go to university? Yes, Mum. Oh, all right, I'll go into the back room. The lake. Shall we dance? What a good idea. Thank you. Let's go to the front by the group. All right. But it looks as if it's very crowded there. Well, if you get hot or tired, we'll go outside. It's very nice by the lake. Let's stay inside.